Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Battery Saver. I am, as ever, your host, N7 Day. I forgot it's actually N7 Day. Um, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to jump back to back in the day, Tuesday, and I want you to think about 2007. We talked about 2007 last time. That's when Mario Galaxy came out. A lot of games came out in 2007. The Witcher came out. Mass Effect came out. Bioshock, Assassin's Creed, um, Metroid Prime 3, God of War 3, Modern Warfare 1, and of course, the biggest one of them all, WWE SmackDown versus Raw 2008. So, of all of those games, though, there was a hell of a large competition with regards to sales, and Mario Galaxy still managed to be in the top 10 sales figures, no matter how you slice it. The developers, however, as I think I mentioned before, Mario Galaxy was a very Star Wars game. It kind of stumbled its way into success. Nobody really intended for it to be the amazing game that it was. It was just kind of, and everybody involved all thought it was going to fail. Like everybody involved thought, nah, there's no way. There's no way they're actually going to make this stick, right? I need to sorry fix something on the bot there. There we go. Bot fixed. Cool. Well, Mario Galaxy sold extremely well. But what's funniest about all that to me is that there were so many ideas they wanted to put in Galaxy that they didn't. Pretty much specifically because of the fact that they were like, I mean, we're out, right? We're out of time, we're out of development. We got to push the game out the door. So they just pushed Galaxy 1 out the door. But immediately after Galaxy 2 was gold disked, they were like, all right. They had a powwow and they said, anybody have any other ideas for levels or for gimmicks or for power-ups or for enemies or for bosses? And everybody was like, yes. Working on Galaxy 1 was such a treat that the entire development team, to our knowledge, volunteered to immediately start working on what they at the time were calling Mario Galaxy More. It was just going to be an expansion, something that they would tack on top of it that would add even more levels, even more stages. One of the first times they've done a straight-up expansion to a game since the NES era, actually, back with Lost Levels, and for basically the same reason. If you've ever wondered why Mario Galaxy 2 is generally harder than Galaxy 1, it's because it's kind of designed from the approach of being an expansion. So a lot of the level designs and concepts are of the more complex nature, which is more fitting the end of Galaxy 1. Makes sense? Anyways, so they start getting together, and it becomes very quickly apparent that they have so many ideas that it's not going to work for an expansion. And so they start workshopping other ways to deal with it. And finally, they go to the upper executives. The upper executives say, green light. And thus Mario Galaxy 2 was born. A full-on sequel, which plays a lot like an expansion because that's kind of what it is. But really, this is its own game and its own animal in several ways. Even the philosophy of how they design certain games and how they do power-ups and layouts is honestly fairly different from Galaxy 1, as we'll just demonstrate as we go through. One of the questions I was asked before we even start is, from memory, which should score better? And that's actually a tough one, because what should probably happen is Galaxy 2 should probably have a higher gameplay score, but a lower visual score, excuse me. That is to say, a lower story score, because they gutted the story out, which we'll talk about in just a second. The thing about that is, I'm not sure that's true anymore. I was actually looking over the old review, which we did over 3 years ago now, before the Oblivion line, and I noticed that it is actually very funny to me how much our review system has changed since then, because I'm looking at that like, that's not a plus to gameplay, and that's not true at all, and I'm just looking down the list like, just disagreeing with past me. Hashtag relatable. So, I'm not sure. As far as how this is going to go, but for the curious, a DLC sequel. I mean, or an expansion quill? I don't know. For the curious, in the olden days, Galaxy 1 scored a 136 and Galaxy 2 scored a 178. Now, that's a different formula and different review system, but back in the day, Galaxy 2 scored noticeably better than Galaxy 1. It would not surprise me if it does under the current review system. But I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. The game finally came out in 2010. They were allotted tons of time. They were told, take your time. You know, we're Nintendo. We're going to treat this like a full release. And that means you've got a full amount of time to do it. 2.5 years to produce this game. This game came out against some very big competitors, including Bioshock 2, Alan Wake, Halo Reach, God of War 3, Call of Duty Black Ops, Red Dead Redemption, Mass Effect 2, and my personal favorite, StarCraft 2. If you ever wondered how old StarCraft 2 really is as a game, remember it came out in the Wii era. Anyways, despite all of that, Mario Galaxy 2 managed to absolutely freaking nail it. It was received near universal critical acclaim and sold bonkers well. Lore shock. Mainline Mario games selling well. I know. Stop the presses. But what I find most interesting about all of this is that there was a bit of drama about it. Because there kind of isn't anymore, a Game of the Year award thing. Some of you probably remember that. And it was back in 2007, Mario Galaxy swept those awards, right? Just absolutely crushed everything. And everyone was like, well, but what about Mass Effect? Which Mass Effect came out alongside this. And they're like, nah. So this year, Mass Effect 2 came out alongside Galaxy 2. I know, hell of a coincidence. And they were like, let's give all the awards to Mass Effect 2 because now it's Mass Effect 2's turn. And if you understand what I mean by that, that's a very common thing with a lot of official awards ceremonies, including the Oscars, is that certain movies will get snubbed because they know that their sequel will get the awards that is technically for the previous movies in the work. And it's this whole bullcrap, which I don't agree with at all, by the way. But that's neither here nor there. Oh yeah, also WoW Cataclysm came out this year. God, I'm old. And Civ 5, there's another one. But the last thing I want to talk about is the story. Galaxy 1 didn't have much of a story, but it did have a story, a framework, a backdrop, and a little bit of world building and character building, mostly around the storybook, but also the elements of how the game was being presented. All of that was cool, and a lot of people like it. As we talked about during Galaxy 1, that was almost entirely the event of one person, Koizumi, who was trying to put as much story into Mario as possible. And as we already talked about, Miyamoto had some pretty serious whiplash? No, wrong word. Lashman. He didn't like it. He was like, nope, this sucks. And everyone was like, ugh. And remember, and I talked about this last time, but this bears repeating, Miyamoto was not in charge of anything. Backlash, thank you. He was not officially in charge of anything. No direct reporting lines. He wasn't the director. He wasn't even the producer. He was just a guy who worked at the company. But he's kind of the elder of Nintendo. And so because Miyamoto said, I don't like that there's too much story in this, story doesn't belong in a Mario game. There's the clout the man has is insane, and you can understand why. But because of that, him simply saying that meant a huge number of studios, pretty much all of them, actually, working under Nintendo's label at the time, backed away from story hard. And that would be a trend that would continue for about 10 years until about 2017, when they would finally reverse that trend officially with Mario Odyssey. This affected the RPGs, this affected the side games, and of course it affected the mainline games. Now, we don't know much, but I did my research, as I always do, and we have 3 bits of information that are just all over the place that I think are actually connected. I could be wrong about this. But Galaxy 2's... So one of the things we know about Galaxy 2 is they wanted to follow through on the idea of the reborn galaxy. That was like going to be the launching point narratively. Remember, at the end of Galaxy 1, small spoilers, the whole galaxy kind of got destroyed. And the Lumas sacrificed themselves to rebirth the galaxy. They even mentioned that the new galaxy was going to be a bit new and a bit different. That was actually intended to set up Galaxy 2, which was going to then examine this new galaxy, this new remixed, new setting. Another tidbit we know about it is that there were going to be cameos. When I say cameos, I mean other Nintendo property cameos. Samus, Donkey Kong, Pikmin, stuff like that. And they're going to have just little appearances from them periodically throughout the stages. And you can kind of, between just those 2 points, you can kind of see the general direction they were going to go in. But we also have a third bit of information, and that we were going to cover Rosalina's task as kind of the caretaker of the galaxies, the caretaker of space, effectively. In my opinion, between these 3 points, we have actually a decent picture of what they were probably intending for the narrative. Now, I'm not a big fan of multiverse kind of a stuff, but I kind of like the idea that Mario Galaxy 1 would kind of retroactively be like a launching of the Nintendo universe, for lack of a better way to put it. And then, as we're going through Galaxy 2, we're seeing the beginnings of Pikmin, we're seeing the beginnings of Donkey Kong, we're seeing the beginnings of Metroid, etc. And it just kind of, just kind of dipping into it. Doesn't have to be some big major epic, although that'd be nice. But we didn't get any of that. Instead, the story we're going to get is, and I'm going to tell you the entire plot in one sentence. Bowser is huge and wants someone to make him a huge cake, so he kidnaps Peach. So without further ado, let's just do 2, it's easier. Let me tell you a story that begins with Stardust. Also, for future clipping, go grab the intro section. It just ended. Shimmering Stardust falls in the Mushroom Kingdom once a century. That time had come once again.
Dear Mario.
Would you like to share some cake while we watch the shooting stars? Meet me at the castle. Star Festival had just begun. Toads everywhere were celebrating. Okay. I gotta rebind my controls really quick. Sorry, give me 1 second. It's okay, I can do that. I don't know what you're talking about, Retro Justice. Okay, there we go. That's better.
Huh?
Whoa!
Oh yeah, so speaking of story elements that never go anywhere, this is Prince Luma, or Master Luma. Nothing about that is ever explained ever. We have no idea why this Luma takes to Mario, why they're significant, what they have to do with anything, or why everyone has respect for them. So, this strange Lofo seems confused. Was he lost? He seemed to take a shine to Mario. You're a bit too early to be Cappy, buddy. I really wish they ported this to the Switch. I would have bought it day of. Mario's cap filled with warmth as he felt a new power surging through him. That's better. I'm free, but where am I? Honestly, I'm not sure. Our review system has changed pretty substantially since then. Retro Justice. So I don't know. Galaxy 1 is a very, very solid game, and it benefits from the slightly improved controls of the Switch version. This game does not get that benefit. We'll see. You're too late, Mario. The power of the stars is already mine. Look what else I got. I'm huge. Even scarier up close, huh? Maybe I'll have Peach bake me something for once. I gotta go for a galaxy slice of cake right now. I'm way too huge for this puny planet. I deserve an empire that's more me size, and I'll put it at the center of the universe. Have fun with your stupid mushrooms. There you go. That really is the entire plot right there. You can tell the entire plot of the game already. I know that it gets a little contentious when I tend to get down on Mario games for not having a good story. And I don't care because I have that opinion legitimately. I've seen Mario games which have good story. Even Odyssey has a good story, and it's not like it takes front stage. But if I can quote myself here, I would never say that story is mandatory. However, in my experience, a good story will always elevate a game. So an absence of a story is more like a neutral, right? It's just there. You notice that unlike the first game, which got several pluses for the intro, this game is getting none. Because there's nothing going on here. Master Luma, did you get thrown overboard too? Good thing you're safe. Ah, you're gonna stay safe in Mario's cap. It should be safe for now. But you have other things to worry about, like saving the princess. I know, with young Master Luma's help, you can use the power of the stars. And we can help a little too. As thanks for saving our friends, we'll send you into space to get that monster. Good morning, Bregman. So yeah, no pluses, no negatives either, but an absence of positives. And I apparently cannot get rid of that star in the middle of the screen. I might have to look into that. Our power stars, they're gone. Some gigantic monster stole them. You should go get them and bring our power stars back. Yeah, honestly, you might as well just been like, yeah, I'm gonna kidnap you now, just so you know. Just as a heads up, kidnap y'all. Peace. So, it's a good question, Humble Magnus. I don't know. The power of the cap stars. There's one other thing I wanted to talk about. So, I mentioned last time that Mario Galaxy 1 having an orchestra was considered an extremely stupid move, and everybody thought it would fail. And then it came out and it blew everybody away, right? In fact, it was so good that something interesting happened when they started working on Galaxy 2. Originally, Galaxy 2 was just going to have the same soundtrack. Maybe like 5 new songs. But instead they were like, no, since this is becoming its own completely new sequel, let's go ahead and make a completely new soundtrack. And they're like, you got it. And already started work on the ideas and concepts and new music they were going to do, which was, of course, all digital. Then Miyamoto came down, and while I am hard on the man, it's worth noting I agree with him more than I don't. He comes down and he says, no, you got to go orchestral again. And everyone's like, what? But that was insane. And he was like, yeah, but it worked. And so they're like, okay, sure. So they got back together, the same orchestra, plus about 10 additional players, and said, all right, let's go ahead and put together. They actually brought in a third person to work on the soundtrack for this. And we're like, all right, let's make a new soundtrack. So there are actually some songs that are from Galaxy 1 in Galaxy 2, but a lot of the music is completely new or remixed. But when I say remixed, I mean like it's a new song played by played by the same orchestra, but it's a new recording, right? And they really leaned into it. And I mentioned this because obviously this is significant for the game we're playing, but this became the norm. This established a standard for Nintendo, and they would use the same orchestra and the same orchestral approach for all of their major releases henceforth. You got it, Bregman. Thank you for telling me, and thank you, Retro Justice, for the sub. I have jotted that down for dealer's choice. Now let's go check the you know what's funny is I've got my Wii U right there already hooked up, and I've got my copy right there in case I needed it, but Last time we did that, that was just a pain for a lot of reasons, and I was like, you know what? I learned my lesson from Quest 64. We're never dealing with that again. So let's see. Let's see this wonderful configuration that definitely exists. Here we go. Where is this configuration file? I mean, it's not like it isn't a story, Savacom, but there's a way to do simple stories well. I should know, I love My Little Pony. And one of the episodes of My Little Pony is about the fact that a friend wants to make some dresses for her friends, and they want they're being overbearing about something that was being offered as a gift. And so she's getting stressed and overworked trying to meet up with their demands. And that's the plot. It's a good episode, and it's a well-done plot. So I'm fine with something down to earth, but you gotta do something with it. There has to be some meat on those bones. Good morning, X-Wildcard. I also just lost about half of my viewers. Where is this stupid option? Let's see. Oh, here we go. Let's try this. This might work. We'll find out. Okay. Does not appear to be working. Yeah, the only thing you missed is the non-intro. And a brief discussion on story. Oh, I should have... That would have been a good thing to highlight. Hey, go back and grab the thing about no story versus good story. It was in front of Peach's Castle, is where I said it. I'm sorry, I didn't write down the timestamp. Future people editing this, I apologize. Does not appear to be working. Monster got it. Yeah, they always call him that monster. It's like, really? It's just, that's where we're going with that? So Bowser's not a monster. His new name is Owser. Oh, here we go. Oh, it really is pretty good. There is one cool thing that I think you'll appreciate if you're here when we get there. Oh, wow. Seriously? Okay, so there is a button to hide it, but you have to hold it down. So, obviously I massively disagree with you, Super Banjo. And clearly that makes me Hitler. But I'm curious if you mind explaining your reasoning on that. To Hitler, which is me, obviously. Yeah, everyone's just Hitler. That's just where we're at. God dang it. I mean, it just kind of becomes recursive at that point, Savacom. It's not doing anything. Oh my god, that's gonna drive me bonkers. There's gotta be a way to fix this. Alright, hang on. Yeah, go ahead and like me, 5. Hey, Federation Builder. Just bug me at some point, Kritzler. Preferably when I'm on and not streaming. Ah, okay, 5. That makes sense. So just a preference thing, Super Banjo? Okay. It still makes me Hitler, but that's okay. I can accept being Hitler. Okay, so... Okay, so this should work then. There we go. Hey! I think we got it. Thank you, 5. That makes sense. Alright. Sorry for the delay, everybody. Cursor be gone. Okay. Probably Retro Justice. Probably. Oh, God. The other Loomis told me about you. Thanks for helping. I'm going to transform into a Launch Star. I should also probably mention we're probably going to go ahead and give story negatives to this game that we did not give to the previous game. Just as a kind of a warning on that front. As a further little side note, notice how even the intro stage is... It's not exactly complex, but it's certainly more complex than you'd expect from a tutorial stage. This is just going back to what I was talking about earlier with regards to how the game is designed like an expansion. It's designed for people who've already played Mario Galaxy 1 and already know the mechanics of the game and all that fun stuff. I'd say that's a bad thing. It's just, it kind of demonstrates the variance of approach, you know? No, Retro Justice. Do you know what's required to even unlock that? Because I do. Yes, so there's actual visible checkpoints instead of invisible ones. Still probably going to be a positive for that, but you know. I mean, the checkpoints in Galaxy 1 were legit, and more frequent. So, we'll see. Why do we have to come all the way up here to do that? Mind me. Just physicsing for a minute. I'm sorry, Federation Builder. Remember, don't give me any money. It's against the law. But you notice how this is not what you'd call a typical tutorial stage. Like, even just this screen we're on should get across the idea of, no, this is what you're in for. I actually know several people who were never able to beat Galaxy 2 just because of the general increase in difficulty. So the the green stars in this game are probably going to be multiple negatives, to be completely honest. Because they're kind of bullcrap. I suppose we'll talk about that when we get there, but that's probably the answer to you, Knock. This is... That extra post-game content is, terrible. PFR. You too can type !PFR into chat to get an explanation for what that means. Is with their poor PD Piranha, you know? Listen, we've got to abbreviate everything. Yet PD has somehow been less developed, which, if you pay attention, makes a little bit of sense considering this is supposed to be a rebooted Galaxy, narratively speaking. No, I know, Federation Builder. I've been there. I have been homeless and I have been starving. I understand the vibe. I've also been a college student. I've been there too. Rice and eggs. Rice and eggs. Not that's what I did, because I was an idiot and my mother didn't tell me anything about being able to eat on the cheap, so I instead lived off of ramen, which was a terrible idea. Ramen, spaghetti without any meat, and those really, really cheap frozen burritos. That was my diet. Do not recommend. I'm sorry, that's Super Banjo. I can't eat ramen anymore. At least not, you know. I can eat real ramen, but not, like, bad ramen. I can't do cheap ramen anymore. So that was our tutorial. Hope you liked that.
Oh, yeah.
So, you like Rosalina, right? Well, sucks to be you, because now we've got this jackass. So you're this Mario guy, my little Lubus. By the way, this guy has only had, and I looked it up, a grand total of 2 appearances after this game. Both of which are as minor blink-and-you'll-miss-it cameos in Gaiden games. I bet you didn't even know he ever comes back at all. Nobody liked this guy. So you're this Mario guy, my little Lumas won't stop blabbing about him, alright? Sorry to hear about the excitement you had with that monster down there in the Mushroom Kingdom. I sure appreciate you bringing us his Power Star, though. We need as many of these as we can get. My name's Lubba, by the way. I'm head honcho of the Luma crew. See, believe it or not, we're on a spaceship right now. Took some real elbow grease to convert this little planetoid into a ship, but we Lumas pulled it off. May not look like much, but it's home. Yep, it's Lubba Grubba. Truth be told, the ship, she's not in such hot shape right now. Ran into that monster, too. Blasted us with meteors, and some of my crew were thrown overboard. So that monster kidnapped your princess, huh? That's cold. Deep space cold! You know what else is cold? That monster stealing every last one of our power stars. See, that's our fuel. Spaceship runs on energy from stars. Without it, we're stranded. It is that young Master Luma. Someone who will never be explained ever. Wait, if you have the trust of young Master Luma, say, I just might have a little proposition for you. Hear me out now. Your special someone got kidnapped, now you gotta save her, am I right? I can say, that's right, or yes. Oh, jeez. Okay, hang on. There we go.
Shit.
We need fuel for our ship. Now, if you think you can get some of our stars back for us, I'm willing to make this ship your very own, for a bit. It's a fair exchange, am I right? That's right. I agree with your proposition. All right, it's a deal. Okay, gang, let's get cracking, yeah? I want everything shipshape. Space shipshape. Spaceship Mario was actually designed for Galaxy 1, but they couldn't figure out a way how to implement it in time. This also leads to what's considered the most controversial change of Galaxy 1 to 2, which is funny, because I have no opinion on the matter.
Shit.
Well, what do you think? A spaceship, yeah. More like a face ship. At least you'll never lose it in a parking lot, am I right? So who's next? Don't look at me. This ship has your face on it, not mine. The decision is yours. Favorite explorer. So, this is as close to a hub as we have. And this is essentially our hub. What's funny is I think from a purely gameplay perspective, it works much better than the observatory. However, of course, from a story perspective, it works much worse because you've pretty much seen the entire thing already. The only real notable thing that's going to change in the future is as we rescue more people throughout different levels and different stages, we will get more and more passengers, and that'll flesh it out a little bit, and we'll have more of a crew on board, which is cool. But, like, it just doesn't compare to the atmosphere, the vibe, and the general visual storytelling of the observatory, right?
Huh?
It also has a weird sound when the engines engage. So, I mentioned a controversial change. Here it is.
See?
Yep. We have a world map instead of the hub world approach. For whatever reason, every time this game is brought up, this is the biggest talking point. Everybody mentions the fact that it's a world map instead of the hub approach. Once again, I want to stress that I have no real opinion here because I don't see one particular approach as better than the other. They're just different approaches. There's, end statement, really. Now, having said that, there is something I think that's better about the world approach, and that's that you can do brickwork. World brickwork. So in Mario 64 and Sunshine and in Galaxy 1, the hub was neat and all, but ultimately you would go find the entrance to the next level area, and then you go to the next level area. They couldn't really do anything to kind of advance the narrative as you went. I know that sounds like a strange way to phrase it, but what I mean by that is, look at the background. Look at the area behind where we currently are, right? We're out in the atmosphere. Well, I'm just going to spoil this for you. The next overall area, we zoom further out, and then further out, and then further out, as we get more and more away from it. And there's actually a degree of legitimate brickwork in just the world map, which makes sense, because you can do brickwork with a world map. I can prove this because I've played Mario World and Mario 3, right? Think about that for a second. Think about the visuals of the different worlds in Mario 3 and how they kind of give you a vibe for the different zones you're in. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the hub world approach, obviously. It's just that most of the hub world games, by which I mean all of them, didn't really do anything with the same concept. Instead, it was just you're roaming the hub, which gets its own positives because Delfino Plaza is awesome. And then, you just enter the stage, right? You probably could, theoretically, Blade Jamal, but you'll notice that they super didn't. Like, let's do a hypothetical here. In Galaxy 1, considering how the hub is designed, how do you do that kind of visual progression based on how you progress. Now, I can think of an answer to that, but I want to pose the question to you before I give my own answer. Sky Station. We don't even have the medal yet. By the way, this game is even more arduous to 100% than the last game. Like, you essentially have to 100% the game, and then you gain access to the ability to 100% the game a second time. Then you can go actually finish the game. I have. Me and my friend Gary did it. Because we're crazy. Oh, Jesus, that's going to be irritating. There we go. I really wish there's a way to just turn my mouse into the cursor. That would save a lot of aggravations there. I'm probably biased simply because I love what they do with the background visuals, Little Billy. But, again, they could have done that in a hub world. They just didn't.
Yes!
So since I never heard an answer from Blade Travel, here's what I would have done. I would have made it so that the skybox then serves as the visual storytelling as you progress through the hub world. You could do that in something like an observatory because it's just floating in space. I do not, Walker. Aww. I'm sorry, Bregman. You think this music's bad? Wait until you hear the song once we get Yoshi here in a second. Yoshi was also planned to be in Galaxy 1. Yoshi was the back-of-the-box feature of Yoshi 2. Or, Yoshi was the back-of-the-box feature of Galaxy 2. Yoshi drums. You can also infinitely jump with him. Whoops. I actually was doing it there successfully. You can actually gain height with Yoshi. It's actually pretty hard to do. Of course, now that I've done it successfully. You can see the pattern. You can see the idea of how it works. That is a bug, by the way. That is a straight-up bug. I know. So, this may not work. Is there a... So, could you do me a favor? Anybody who feels like Googling? Could you Google, dolphin mouse Wiimote, essentially. I'm trying to figure out if I could just use my mouse in place of this, because that might work better than what I had to do there just now. I don't know, we'll workshop it, we'll figure it out. The good news, and I was just about to talk about this, is despite the fact that Yoshi was the back-of-the-box feature, he's actually not in this game all that much. They don't use him much. I really wish this game was just on the Switch. See, Savicom gets it. Okay, hang on. So, thank you, Retro Justice. Let's see if this works out. Well, it's good news because it means I don't have to use the controls as often. Really, Loke? Really? Okay, hold on. You could prefer a Mario game that doesn't have story. You could prefer black licorice and you could prefer coffee, but you've got to explain why you would rather this game be console locked to the frickin' Wii, Loke. You have got to explain that. Ow. Oh, sorry, I missed your earlier statement, Loke. I apologize. Although, I'm curious, who said anything anywhere about this game just being on the Switch? Where did that enter the conversation? That's what I was so confused about. It's like, I don't want it just on the Switch either. I want this game on the PC. I have been pro Nintendo porting their games for years. And they don't. It's frustrating. Exactly, Junk Garage. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize I used the word just. I think the way I meant that, if I did use that word, was I really wish this game was on the Switch. Because my whole point was that we have to play the Wii version. End statement, right? Like, it never got ported forwards. And that aggravates me. Still looks like a Wii U title. When did the Wii U come out? I apologize. I'm still trying to figure out this cursor thing here. 2 years after this game. Wow. Make them work for it. Okay, so hang on. Wow. Okay. Alright, looks like we're just gonna have to live with it. So here's the problem. I did figure out how to get this to bind my mouse as the pointer. The problem is, for whatever reason, it can't accept input from multiple different types of input simultaneously. So in other words, if I do it with the mouse, then I'm stuck with mouse and keyboard, and I cannot actually use my controller. So that's gonna be interesting. It's okay, I think we're gonna be fine, because the only times we're really gonna have to do some crazy stuff with that is for the harder levels, and we're probably not doing those anyways. Some of the harder stars, I mean. Because some of the later stars in this game are absolutely bonkers. I hate to keep mentioning the difficulty, but the difficulty in this game is noticeably higher than the previous one. Yoshi. Yoshi. Quit it. Yeah, of course I did, Logan. Everybody knows about that. Sorry, I shouldn't say that so dismissively. That is what I would consider common knowledge. Microsoft has been trying to saturate's the wrong word. Trying to standardize gaming on the Xbox for years. Assimilate's not quite the right word, because their general approach, which I even agree with, has been, we want to make sure you can play your games on our console. Now, you can play it on your console too, but we want to make sure you can play it on our console. Essentially, it's the exact same thing they've been doing with Windows. They want to make sure that you're going to use Windows. So they want Windows to be the OS, right? So they want to make sure that you can play as many video games as is humanly possible on an Xbox. Same exact strategy. And it's a solid strategy, so I'm kind of with it. Oh yeah, low health beta leaps. By the way, I should jot that down while we're here. Low health beta leaps. Same negative as last time. That was a durable spider, my goodness. God dang it. So, for example, I'm not going to ding Yoshi for being terrible to control because we're emulating. Some people ask about, like, hardware and how it affects a review, and we actually have a long-standing tradition of having emulator issues and not dinging the game for those issues. This would qualify. Because this is astonishingly irritating to control. Damn it! This is what's gonna happen every time we have to use Yoshi. Oh god, the last level. I just realized that's gonna be a thing. I mean, it's less physically painful than the Wii Waggle, which I have actually bound to a button because it was always just a button, which continues to irritate me. So, to get you across, what I have to do is I have to hold down L2, and then I have to hit A, and I have to use the right analog to move the cursor. Oh my god. While doing jumps. I may have to just hook my Wii up. I really don't want to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Chi.
Say, I don't mean to pry, but what's that thing over there?
Shi.
I mean, be straight with me, pal. You hatching alien eggs now? I mean, there are worse fates, Krenzler, but let's just say every Yoshi level is going to suck a little bit. Let's just leave it at that.
Shi.
Now just hang on there. We can't get over there just yet. We need more juice. It's all on you, Cam. So yeah, there's our unlock progression mechanism. We need 3 stars to progress. Would it even get here in time, though, Walker? That's funny. That's actually for the dolphin, though. That's hysterical.
Yes!
So let's do another Yoshi level. Of course they front-load the Yoshi level. That makes a lot of sense. It was the back-of-the-box feature. It's only by coincidence that I hate it. Oh god, I just realized there's another... There's 2 upcoming Yoshi levels that are gonna suck. I just realized. I'll tell you what now, one's the race one, and the other's the final level. Nothing fancy, just get on with it. Always with the explosions. Well, I just consigned that guy to falling into a bottomless pit. Oh, nope, he's fine, he's fine. Yoshi, Yoshi. Yoshi. Oh, God. Good, Blades of All, because this is a nightmare. Get back here, Yoshi. Come on. Come on. There we go. Yes, Rex. Yes, there are. Speaking of requiring aiming while being on a timer... Oh, get back! Okay, that's cool. Your glasses... There you go. Good morning, Scales Adjusters. Like I said, the good news is there actually aren't that many Yoshi levels. Normally probably wouldn't be a good thing, but here we are. You know what I might have to do? I might have to accept just having the cursor sitting in the middle of the screen the entire game. At least for the Yoshi levels. Because that would make this slightly less irritating. Part of the problem right now is I have to hold down L to have access to the cursor. If I don't, the cursor just stops working. That's on purpose, so that it'll stop sitting in the middle of my screen. But that means I'm holding down L the entire time. I'm doing this, right? Now, I want you to imagine holding down L2 while simultaneously navigating with your right stick and hitting A, or circle, if you prefer. Just actually picture that for a second, if you will. So that's L2, right stick, and circle. That's what's currently happening. Oh man, I almost did that. Alright, so since that is a toggle. Okay, this is just my life now. This is just my life. Yeah, if this game didn't have checkpointing, death. So we're just going to live with that being there in the middle of the screen for the time being. To make this boss fight a little bit easier. Oh yeah, skippable cutscenes, by the way. Yeah, the passwords era, Krenzler. The terrible, terrible passwords era. Oh yeah, speaking of which, a lot of the boss... Whoa! What was that? Can you, like, not do what you're doing, please? Thank you. The passwords era. I lost my... Oh, the bosses! There's a lot of inventive boss designs in this one. Talk about this as we go. See, I was already spoiled in being able to save my game because I'd played Zelda 1. Why, yes, I am throwing shade at every other developer in the universe. Why do you ask? Thank God actually shooting anything isn't really required. Could you imagine? No! No again! I can't move while aiming. That's pretty impressive, Krenzler. I have actually never beaten Zelda 1 without a walkthrough. Not once. I won't, when we get to the review either. I'm gonna use a friggin' walkthrough for that nonsense. God dang it. I've also not beaten Castlevania 2 without a walkthrough. That's even more impressive. That game cheats. Hard. Okay. I'll be right back. Apparently I'm muted. This might help. Stop wasting lives, Kretzler. Only got 20 of those. Okay, this actually might work. This actually might work. Well, you may or may not notice the cursor's now staying where I leave it. Yeah, pointer. Let's see if that helps a little bit. And we're dead. This is a really easy boss. Like, this is literally the first boss in the game. This is the tutorial boss. You actually cannot reach the second stage until you've beaten this boss. No, that's not sarcasm. This is legitimately the easiest boss in the entire game. I just turned on games journalism mode, sorry. Also known as, I don't really want to play this on the Wii. We could Federation build it. That is actually an option. Jesus Christ. Hi. What are you stealing? No! God, Yoshi, come back, come back, come back, come back. God damn it. Ah! Oh, that sucks. My kiddo. Because he's stupid, to quote? I don't know. Like, it's funny. Everyone characterizes Luigi as being the scaredy cat, but actually Yoshi is the one who has that consistently as a as characterization. Going all the way back to his first appearance. He refused to enter fortresses and boo houses because he was too scared to. That's old school right there. God damn this game. Oh, I hate everything. Yeah, no, Luigi's characterization is that he's brave. Yoshi's characterization is that he's a coward. Dirty, worthless, treasonous coward. He deserves to die. Oh, come on! What the hell was that? God damn it. Okay. We're past the tutorial boss. Man, no, you're a... I really, really don't want to switch to find my Wii, dig it out, see if my Wiimotes still work, because one of them was already dying on me the last time I played this game on the Wii. Pull out the... God, I would have to do so much to get that working. I'd have to reposition everything, too, because I'm in a place where I physically cannot reach, like... I would have to dangle the cables over there to get that up here, so I could have the waggle mode, or the frickin' sensor bar right there. The game's fine when I'm not controlling Yoshi. Yep, I know how to do two-up player mode. Please shut up. Okay. Time to make Yoshi bow down out to the pasture. Sorry, buddy. 300. We actually don't have enough. Wow. And who's ready for some Yoshi burgers? So let's do a real stage that doesn't involve a gimmick. Let's see how bad it is. If it gets worse, then yeah, okay, fine. I'll accept defeat here.
Yes.
So this is one of those weird power-ups that looks completely worthless, but is actually really cool. A little bit too simple in its application, but it's still fun. How did you get up here? Get on for the other levels. Well, okay. Yoshi ribs with a bit of a braise, you know? I mean, that was a really bad first impression, I'm not gonna lie, so that's why I'm trying to mentally reset here a little bit, you know? It's like, okay, hang on. Let's get back to the actual game now. Oh, absolutely, Federation Builder. I think so, yeah, Hero. I mean, you can tell because the textures are kind of, you know, Wii-y. Since I do need these. I'm also gonna need these, apparently. So let's grab that while we're here. No, come back. Have we encountered that before? I mean, obviously there are games that we've talked about that have been, you know, negatives for someone who won't shut up about something you already know. I guess that would be under tutorialization if we're going to give that negative. So yeah, negative to gameplay. I think you're right, Federation Builder. I was also going to say negative to story because a lot of his dialogue is, like, weirdly empty. Like, he takes a lot of dialogue to say absolutely nothing, and it's really frustrating. You think I talk too much? No. Yeah! It's you, Mario! Right? I got a new ship. It's called the Starship. It looks exactly like the last one. He is Pillars of Snow. Oh my god! I am thou. Thou art I. And he's like bouncing around, you know? Anyways, it's a pretty scary monster head. Just be careful. Yep, we got a boss fight coming up. I understand. I don't need that health power up.
Yeah.
Oh god, Tales of Arise. Oh my god. Yeah, one of my biggest complaints about this game, and this is not actually a joke, is that Lubba will not shut up. That's one of my biggest memories about this game, and dislikes from it. The boss music's kicking, though. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. As long as we're not controlling Yoshi, I think we'll be fine.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
No, actually, Yura. I've never heard that complaint. Until 5 seconds ago. You have just broken a new record. Congratulations. For real, that's the first time I've ever heard such a complaint. Did you know there's a ship? Those guys are friends of yours, right? If you want to visit that ship, you can get there with this warp pad. Wait, gotta get a one-up. Give me a one-up. Or a single bit. Hell yes. That's what I wanted. It's 1 bit. Hey, yeah. Got any star bits? I'll give you 300 bits. That's apparently not the B button. It's the B button. There it is. Found the B button. So, as with the previous game, bits and coins unlock new stuff, usually new areas and new levels. But in this game, it's actually kind of even better, because in the previous game you used bits to unlock, like, 1 star. Here you use them to unlock paths, which usually unlock multiple areas. Speaking of... This is a great mechanic. So, blue, red. Every time you do a shake... Hang on.
Yes.
Every time you do a shake, they swap. Now, on first glance, that's whatever, until you realize that the thing that elongates your jump involves shaking. Now, this is just a tutorial for this concept, but they will take this idea and run with it for later levels. I love this mechanic, unironically. This is great. Yes, Sierra. Yeah, as you can see, not much difficulty on the tutorial level. I tend to hate this on the actual Wii controls, because for those of you not aware, the way that you do the shake is you literally shake. You physically shake the Wiimote. Now, if you've never dealt with the Wiimote Waggle, first of all, I envy you. But the shake can go directly to hell. Because we are, for all intents and purposes, reviewing the Wii version of this game, because the emulator does not exist, this actually is a negative. The Waggle is a negative. Because of... So first of all, there's the obvious fact that any kind of that kind of input is bad for the controller and bad for the hand. So that's a negative, regardless of all of the factors. It's one of the reasons why I tend to be in favor of modern games having the option to skip the button mash when it comes to QTEs and stuff like that. So that's problem number one. To my knowledge, no, Ventures. But then again, I have no idea. Now here's the second problem with the Waggle. How many of you have ever waggled and it didn't impact the moment you needed it to? I'm probably explaining this wrong, so someone more capable can explain this. Hang on, let me say thank you to Vigilant before I go off. This is going to be taking a minute. I gotta explain how much this sucks. So that's going towards, hang on, Fallout, London, Old World Blues, Sonic Adventure, Luna? I feel Luna would be a wizard, and Celestia would be the sorcerer. I feel like that would be the better way to put that. And thank you, Vigilant. Yeah, so it's extremely imprecise. So what's actually happening when you do the Waggle is it'll acknowledge that it's moved enough time in enough distance in a short enough period of time in order to qualify as triggering. Once it triggers, it sends a binary input, not an analog input. So in gameplay terms and programming terms, it's the same as pressing a button, which is why I can just map it to a button press. I don't need an analog thing like the L2 or the R2 controllers, or like the analog sticks. I can just hit a button. Yeah, it's a yes-no input. But the problem is, you have to do the Waggle, it has to then trigger that it's been long enough and short enough, and then it sends the input. Which means the moment you start the Waggle is like the beginning of you hitting the button, and when you finish it is like the end of you hitting the button. In normal game, that's always a thing, because, you know, that's you have to press down on the button. But the time delay there is not insubstantial, especially when it's something you have to use as a central mechanic, like in Donkey Kong Country Returns, like in several of the fighting games on this, like in Wii Punch-Out, or like in this game right here. So, it's very imprecise. Problem number 2. Hang on, that leads to problem number 3. So just the fact that the Waggle is bad, and just the fact that the Waggle is imprecise are two negatives by themselves. But the third problem is they tie it to a major mechanic. Again, and I hate to emphasize this is kind of brilliant of a mechanic, as I talked about back in Galaxy 1. This completely changes how you navigate the 3D space of the game. That's awesome. But that also means you want to do that pretty much constantly. So they made something that's almost as regular as hitting the jump button. Something that's Waggle input. So, this is a triple negative for the fact that it's bad, for the fact that it's imprecise, and for the fact that it's irregular. And again, we are reviewing the Wii version of this game, so that counts. Just because I am coincidentally bypassing that by virtue of emulating. By the way, this is the biggest reason I'm emulating Era. Does not change the fact that that's terrible. Oh, Pillars of Snow asks, why do chomps bark like dogs? So the original Chain Chomp, all the way back in Super Mario Bros. 3, was inspired by an incident with Miyamoto, specifically, who was, when he was younger, there was a dog that, like, scared the crap out of him. Ruff, 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 ruff. You know what that's like when the dog just goes off on you, and he was terrified of that. And he wanted to emulate that experience in the game, and so chain chomps were invented to do that. So chain chomps have been dogs ever since. Alright, so now let's actually play the stage. This very inventive, wonderful stage that is completely ruined by the Waggle. Hey, Ross. So there's our first comet. So in this game, you actually have to get comet medals in order to make the comets appear. It just adds another little collectible thing to the game, little optional thing. I'm not against that. In fact, actually, I'm kind of in favor of it. Yes, Blade Jamal. But it's okay, because he worked with her in order to gain her permission for that, if you'll remember. Great stage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hmm. Hey, I'm here to be more boring. Sorry. Anyways, there's a bunny. Yeah, FF has had a lot of ridiculous weapons, but the wrist mounted dog rocket launcher is probably the most ridiculous one. That's pretty impressive. Here's a tutorial on how to do the thing you just had to do in order to access the stage that unlocks the person who gives you the tutorial. Game! I know how to play the game! Christ! The last game was so good about tutorialization. Ugh. It's okay. I like this game. I like this game. I like this game. I'll kill it! Sorry. I stab because I love. How to get my love in there. Okay, that actually sounds terrible. Let me walk that back. I've got to get their love out of there. There we go. That's much creepier.
Yes.
Don't clip that. So, this is a new mechanic. They emulate you. So they mirror you perfectly, your input and what you did at the time. If they touch you, death. I actually like this gimmick, believe it or not. There goes any of those one-ups. Let's grab all those. Listen, I'm not saying it's instant death. I'm saying it's instant death of shame. I swear there's an instant death mechanic of those. Like, maybe there's a Daredevil comet that has those? I don't know. Probably not, Yura? I don't exactly have a lot of time in my life right now, and watching a documentary about a YouTuber is not something that sounds overly engaging to me. Nobody actually likes YouTubers anyways. That's why I'm a streamer. Hey, Huthor. I think you're right, Blizzard. No, I guess I'm right. We're right? There's a lot of rightitude going around. I wanted to name a cat Bowser once upon a time. I was vetoed on that. Because, you know, video games are for the devil and all that. I was pretty young. I would have been, 7 at that point. I mean, yeah, just, can you even imagine a cat Bowser? Can you think of anything more ridiculous than that? Whoops. Not even looking. So not that I want to speak too ill of this game, but you know how the first game insisted on having themes per world? And the concept of, like, play-around levels versus robust levels. You remember that whole thing? Well, this game threw all that out the window. The idea here is that every level is a play-around level. Now, I'm not saying that's better or worse. It's just a completely different approach in how they did the level design. Every level is just do whatever the hell you want. No themes, no continuity, no nothing. Just screw around. It's why even just the first 2 stages have been fundamentally different from each other. And we'll see that as we go throughout the worlds. Whoop! I didn't hit that button. Oh, shoot. Okay. Yeah, it is a bit more on the linear side. Although there's still a whole lot of malleability on which stars you do where, but, you know, that's kind of a duh at this point. Ah! That poor drill. Well, Galaxy 1's music carried a tone with it, which kind of goes back to that theme thing. They wanted that big, boisterous, you know, orchestral bum 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 bum. You know. Here, they're just doing whatever the hell they want to, which, again, is kind of the theme of Mario Galaxy 2. It's funny, because you could see how the narrative of what was probably intended would make a whole lot of sense, given this overall vibe of a new remixed universe, right? Hell, this could have even been, like, the overall approach could have been, we're trying to add a bit of order to the chaos. God, the last Monster Truck game I remember was either on the Wii or the GameCube. I actually forget which. But it was one of them. I never found the Comet. Did I ever get the Comet here? I did not. Yeah, hunting games. Or RTSs! Sad face. A rally game? Have I ever enjoyed a rally game? Can I count a racing game that has rally tracks in it? In that case, Gran Turismo. And I think Need for Speed is the other one. But an actual rally game? Probably not, Umbral Magnus. Then again, maybe. Mario Odyssey did kind of restart the idea of narrative in Mario games, so who knows? Sorry, jotted down some notes, don't mind me. So, time for the best power-up in the games. B is nice, but Cloud is better. What's funny is because Cloud is a development of B, it follows a lot of the same general rules. It massively increases your vertical movement and your horizontal reach, but also adds a weakness to water. I mean, the last rally game I even remember playing was is Super Off-Road Rally on the SNES in the arcade. So, big old grain of salt there. It has been a minute. I mean, ice is awesome, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So now we're Cloud Mario. We spin. There's another Waggle sin to create a cloud wherever we are at the time, and the cloud generates under us, but if we hit the water, we lose it. There you go, boom. Digitalization, finally. You can also stand on clouds while you have the power-up, which, again, is just like the bee. Aw. Yeah, being able to create your own platforms is honestly kind of a pretty neat power-up, I'm not gonna lie to you. Frickin' Shadow Marios. House is screwed up. Oh, never mind. I'm awesome. Ooh, for being awesome. Ooh, for bomb jumping. I was gonna say, the shadows following you thing, actually, to my knowledge, goes back to Rayman Legends, which predates this game by a while. By, like, over a decade. Or maybe it's not Rayman Legends. It's one of the Rayman games. I'm not that familiar with the series. It's okay. Nobody remembers Rayman exists, at least amongst the developers. Some monkey with sunglasses challenged me to a race. I should be in better shape. This captain business is gonna be harder than I thought. I've never played a Rayman game, so I'm really not the expert there. I'm only familiar with it because of the speedrunning scene. Oh, it's you. We're getting up here. Call me the chimp. Seems like you may be a worthy high-climbing rival. Take this star. We'll talk later. Don't worry, they will never make a Captain Toad 2. Nobody wants Treasure Tracker 2. It'll be ridiculous.
Yoshi.
Listen up, because I don't want to say this more than once.
Shake.
See that Toad? He started collecting stars for safekeeping. I think it's some kind of bank or something. Yeah, so there's a really, really weird concept in this game, which we'll talk about in a second. Look at that. I brought you back some kind of a floaty souvenir. It's a cloud flower. There's some weird stuff out there, huh? Yeah, thanks for that insightful commentary, Limit. Now shut up. So there's a bank in this game. It's... We'll get back to that. There's a pumpkin bank in this game. Okay, so we need coins. That's an interesting question, Jung. So obviously I'm in the middle of reviewing it, so I don't want to jump the lead there a little bit too much. But I will admit, for the longest time, I called this my favorite 3D Mario. Like, by a huge margin. In fact, I called it my favorite 3D Mario until Mario 3D World came out. We'll see how that does, because that's our next game. And then, of course, 3D World was surpassed by Odyssey, so whatever. We will be playing the Switch version of everything where possible. For every reason. Oh, I didn't even do that. Whatever. I mean, Galaxy 1 used gravity a lot more. I actually fully agree with that. But Galaxy 2... and I stand by this, generally had better level design. More inventiveness, more unique stuff. Just generally high... like, it was a level pack, and it acts like one. So. Damn it. I hope we need 40, because I think that's all we're getting. Yes, 3D Land is next. And then 3D World is next. And then that's it for the 3Ds for the immediate future. Damn it. The 2D block is going to be interesting, because we're going to go back from, like, we were frustrated, right, during 64 and Sunshine, because that's how that works. But then the frustration went away because Galaxy 1 and Galaxy 2, and I don't think 3D Land or 3D World are going to be particularly frustrating. Then we're going to go back to the 2Ds. That's going to be frustrating again. I look forward to being frustrated again. It'll be nice. Remember, one of the games we're playing is freaking Lost Levels. How do I get there? Oh no, I accidentally fell. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, that reset my coins? Oh my god, I reset my coins. Alright, whatever. Back to map. Well, screw that noise then. Let's go down here. Do I consider Mario Maker a Mario game? No. We will not be reviewing Mario Maker 1 or 2 for the purposes of this blog. Me too, Umbral Magnus. Although, Lord knows people have already made some insanely innovative and creative stuff in that. Yeah, I mean, we tried reviewing Mario Maker 1, or excuse me, 2 once. That didn't work out well. So we stopped doing that. Oh wow, that's an impressive thought. Melkor Blade. That'll be kind of the thing, right? How badly... Because we reviewed a couple of early platformers. So will Lost Levels be able to surpass most of them? We did. That was pretty cool. You have time to review every user-created level in Mario Maker. It's like reviewing Mario Paint. It's like, alright, here's Mario Paint. So anyways, that was Mario Paint. I hope you enjoyed that. I actually mentioned this during the Galaxy 1 review. Galaxy 2 isn't as 3D oriented as Galaxy 1. I don't mind that. I don't care, really. Like, it's just whatever. But it is interesting to note the completely different approach to level design. It also makes sense considering that this was just a bunch of developers who were like, I want to make a Mario level. And so they did. And that's pretty much Galaxy 2 in a nutshell. Everyone in the office was like, I want to make a Mario level. And so they did. I do like the little danger tape there, indicating any place that is not safe. Oh, absolutely. I mean, level packs go back a while. Looking at you, Doom. You didn't see that. I mean, wasn't that literally what Plutonia Experiment was? Was just a level pack? I mean, not in an insulting way, just in a factual way. It's just my life now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What's really funny is when a game comes out and people think it's just a mission pack and it's actually a completely new game. Looking at you, Yoshi's Island DS. How many of you even know that Yoshi's Island DS is its own completely new game? What do I need for this one? Then again, a lot of people in chat didn't know Mario 64 DS was a remake. No. Proper remake, even. Yeah, no, exactly, Little Billy. This was... So you want more Mario Galaxy, huh? We got you. Oh, God, Bamber, that's terrifying. Yeah, for some reason, the metal aesthetic is a really common thing in this game. I had to continue speculating, but I feel like that's once again part of the narrative that was abandoned. To emphasize the artificial nature of what Bowser's does, because almost every Bowser stage is primarily, industrial impeding upon natural, is the overall vibe of it. So, I've always had the impression that that was deliberate, and might be part of that story that never actually got put into the game. So I suppose I should show at least one of these. These are a little intrusive, but they're how to play the games by actually showing you how to play the games. Like actually showing you the stuff you can do live. Could be better, could be worse. Oh man, Planet Robobot is honestly probably my second or third favorite Kirby game. I was impressed with that game. Boss time. Gotta do the dance. Made it this far, huh? I don't need my dad's help to finish you off. I got a big surprise for you. Dinner's on. Don't forget to protect your obvious weak spot. All I have to say to that, Umbral Magnus, is the roach limit. Points if you get it. There we go. of those fights that kind of naturally gets harder the longer you go into it. Just because he gets longer and more of him covers the screen, so it gets harder to see what you're doing. Like there. Yeah. Nope. I don't know, I think the train aesthetic works for a giant serpentine dragon. Oriental style dragon, whatever they call these things. Get up. No, you were too slow. Damn you, Mario. Damn you all to hell. The harder variant of that boss is actually pretty mean. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Listen, Yura, we need our serpentine dragons to have wings. That way, everybody will dislike it. I don't know. I got nothing. Oh yeah, remember how I didn't give Mario Galaxy 1 a negative for seconds and minutes? Guess what Mario Galaxy 2 is gonna get? Yep. Uh-huh. Go away. Thank you. That was Fluffy Bluff. Sorry, 1 second. This was right side down. I'm sorry, it's just so many of these stages are so obviously, like, we wanted to put this in Galaxy 1. This one's much more of a classic Galaxy 1 stage. I mean, come on. Could you get out of the way, please? Yeah, way too slow. Oh well. Well, die for the irritation. Can't you just smell the sawdust? Sawdust is a real man's cologne. Welcome home, Brigman. Hey, TSB. Happy Tuesday. $70 coins? Jesus Christ, we don't have anything close to that. I should mention there's a whole lot more optional hard mode stuff in this game than the previous one. Like, getting the actual coins and bits for the Lumas in a stage is much trickier and much more costly. And there are many more things. Have you noticed that each individual stage only has like 1 or 2 stars to them? That's because each individual stage has closer to 6 or 7 stars, but the other ones are all optional stuff. I've got a huge coin craving. What do gold coins taste like? Don't answer that. Bit of a deja vu here. Although this time we have the cloud instead of the bee. You wanted it, you got it. It's time for the rematch of the century. Yeah, not a great boss reuse, not gonna lie. Like, it's remixed a little bit, but only a little. And naturally, a giant bug sounds like a pig. Obs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh god, please don't remind me of Blue Fusion Vault. The nightmares. Shut up, Lava. Whoops. Oh my god, Lava, I understand. Thank you. Navigation is limited in the settings. So that would be like tier... So we actually already have a tier 0 insertion. So, like... It's definitely a negative, Princeler. So how do we go below tier 0? Is the question there. Honestly, Melkor, I am envious of you. Because not only did... Oh yeah, there you go, tier negative. Tier negative. I like it. Not only did I have issues with the combat in Skyward Sword extensively, in fact, I will tell a story when we get there about how many times I failed at the very first boss of the entire game because of the controls. But in addition to that, that game caused me legitimate physical pain. And, funny fact, the first time I ever complained about that, the first comment I got about that was, I don't think it's fair to ding the game for the fact that you're an old man. That was about 10 years ago, by the way. Like, that was an old comment. That was back when I was doing the Zelda Ruminations, which, if you're familiar, was quite a while ago. It might not have been 10 years, it might have been like 9 or 8 years, but still, that was a minute ago. So, how would turn-based games work, Bamber? Like, you can only move on your turn? Are you aware while it's the enemy's turn? Are you conscious? Can you, like, react? That's a good point, because counterattacks are a thing. You're absolutely right. Plus, usually it's like a hit animation, so obviously they gotta react to that somehow. Anyways, I'm kind of underselling this stage, because I love this stage, and I've done it many times. And I'm good at video games, which is my cue to die. But I love this. I love the way they do this. And, like, the stage is kind of slowly destroying itself as you go further and further into it. Freaking buzzsaws. I love the aesthetic. I love the approach. It's not just a neat gimmick, though. It completely messes up with... messes around how you play the stage. A lot of the stages in this game are absolutely legit. If Galaxy 2 does beat Galaxy 1, it's going to be entirely on the level design. Just dragging that score up. Yes, I killed your little brother. Or whoever that was. And also you. Actually, yeah, Trafin. There's another game that is going to kill it on the stage design. Tropical Freeze. Why are there seagulls?
Yeah.
Some designer somewhere had to just deliberately go out of the way to make seagulls here. That's not something that just happens. I mean, fair. We're on a ship. That's a logic. I remember one of the comments on this stage being really mean. I mean, I guess a lot of the comments are really mean, so whatever. It does not. I know it doesn't, Melkor Blade. I know because I've actually made a composite of this game's soundtrack. All six worlds actually have different and unique songs for them. Like they get really doomy by the end. Oh yeah, there's also the Hell Valley trees. They don't mean anything. That's it. Like that's kind of it. People have speculated about them for years, but even to this very day, they're just there. It's about the extent of what we know about them. Poor Yoshi. No, I'm serious. They're just there. We really don't have any other information on it. I've actually looked into that because I was curious. A lot of people tend to be like, "Oh my god, creepypasta," but no, they're just there. I mean, considering that's probably the sound of Yoshi freaking out over the giant amount of heat that's going through his tongue at the moment. Yeah, that's the one I was just thinking of, Melkor. When I first saw this, I was like, "Oh god!" But then I was like, "No, it's okay. It's the first version of the level, not the second." But you can do this, like, multi-targeting thing, too. Which I, of course, can't do, because I'm not playing on the Wii. But you can do it. No, Mr. Red. Have you? So now we've introduced the concept. Now it gets a little meaner, but only a little. You've got to navigate a slightly different space, and if you fall, you die. Nothing too bad. Have we collected enough coins? We have. Why are there Pokemon running around this place? Explain yourselves. And now Yoshi is eating people. Because as we've discussed many times, Pokemon are sentient sapient beings. So, that's cool. Okay, this new control method seems to be doing better. So that's nice. Yoshi was always a cold-hearted killer. You can tell by looking at his eyes. Look at his eyes in a second. Look at that face. That is the face of a murderer. I eat your fear. Alright,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This is the face of mercy. Oh no, they totally aren't in Gen 1. I actually agree with you, Lord Herman. In Gen 1, they're bugs. That's not actually hyperbole. The original intention for Pokemon was for them to be bugs. In terms of, like, development, sentience, sapience, etc. So, the answer to you is, I don't know. I'm not sure when that became a thing. I suppose, yeah, it probably is related to the anime. with Pikachu and his ability to actually talk and reason with people. And the anime took off in popularity, so that probably affected the games. But I'm not sure of when exactly that changed over. We know it was a thing, especially by the time the Gaiden games got going, because a lot of the Gaiden games dealing with Pokemon as if they're people. But again, I'm not sure of the timeline there. At least before we got to Gen 4, I would say. So sometime in the GBA era. I mean, Yoshi's certainly got a lot of things going for him when it comes to eating. You know who's got even more things going for him? Kirby. That's true. Gen 2 added happiness as a mechanic. That might have been the beginnings of that. Nope. I actually have never played Stadium fully. I played Stadium in Best Buy, and I was so bored with it that I put it down in like a few minutes. Yeah, yellow is probably the correct answer. And again, because of the show. But who knows? I ask you the same question, Lord Harriman. When did they become people? God damn it, this is hard to control. Let's not even get into the manga. Your skill has brought you very far. Quite a view, is it not? From here, it's clear how important every coin truly is. That's it? Oh, whatever. I thought there was something up here. Well, that'll clearly be something to fix in the rewrite then, Lord Harriman. Because I agree with you, the games are a little bit too loose with the idea that they're just animals, and, well, frankly, that's actually problematic. And, in my personal opinion, diminishes Pokemon as a setting. If they're just, you know, bugs. Probably doesn't help that sentience is a gradient, not a binary thing. Okay. Yoshi? Yoshi? Hey! He was like, you think about what you did! And I'm like, it was a mistake, Yoshi! I didn't do it on purpose! Parasect was sentient? Wah wah. Well, that's always terrifying, Zacteft. Big old guy with a deagle. Huh? Oh no, I gotta do this. Oh jeez. Okay. Okay. I can do this. I can do this. All I have to do is figure out how to save state. Okay, we have save stated, but I will actually be right back. black hole of death is just like, I know you're coming. I'm ready for you. So here's a question for those of you in chat, since why not? What's your preferred level of sentience and sapience when it comes to Pokemon? If you could decide. Ugh. You've heard Lord Harriman's. You've heard mine. You've heard Mr. Red's. Mr. Red's is my niece's, which is,
Yeah.
Sure, Zach Taft. You seen that Star Trek film where he tried to take over the Federation? I don't know.
Say.
Hey, there's a male toad now. Please shut up.
Dear Mario.
I know who you mean, Zach Taft. I don't see the issue here. Pure evil. I mean, the funny thing is, whether they're sentient or not, it would require rewriting either direction. Oof, we need a lot more bits. I guess you don't have to, but whatever. Have you noticed almost every new stage has introduced at least one new gimmick or mechanic, by the way? It's one of the reasons why, despite the relatively lower density, I still think they deserve the same relative number of positives that previous stages got back in Galaxy 1. There's enough new, fun, interesting stuff in a lot of these stages. So, speaking of, new power-up. I mean, that would make them droids, Umbral Magnus, which is a valid approach. The other thing that would have to be decided in a hypothetical Pokemon rewrite is their relative power level. The games like to just kind of magically pretend that they're all, you know, super powerful Death Dooms, and then never actually thinks about or discusses that at all because underthought. I remember that, Melkor Blade, yeah. Another mechanic that requires the Waggle, by the way. Honestly, 10 is probably lowballing at Savicom. But yeah, no, exactly. I mean, that's ignoring the fact that the Pokedex is probably hilariously wrong. Even if we just go by the powers they have and the abilities they demonstrate within cutscenes and within combat, Pokemon are actually pretty high tier. So, interesting little feature of this stage. They give you the safety brackets on the edge, but each time you hit one, it goes away. So you gotta be a little careful about that. Very true, Savicom. Yeah, no, I think at this point it's pretty much confirmed that the Pokedex is just tales, not something to be taken literally. Too many of them are contradictory even to themselves, never mind just basic common sense. I don't mind the higher tier Pokemon being high powered. Actually, I'm kind of in favor of the concept. Like a legendary actually being legendary, sure. Although we probably shouldn't have a Pokemon that can eat all the light in the universe. Or control time. So even the legendaries would probably need to be pulled down a little bit. But I'm fine with the legendaries being, you know, strong. That's not the issue here. Exactly, Mulker, that's a great way to put that. There we go. By the way, hi, Jamin. Welcome to We Wanted to Do Level Designs, so we did. Ah. I mean... Our Bahamut was almost beaten by some random guy who was desperate and stupid. Thank you, Javin, for the sub. I do always appreciate it. I don't appreciate the card cloning. That sucks. I hope that all got smoothed out as quickly as possible. Nice job. Screw that person. Boss time. A lot of bosses in this one. I guess Galaxy 1 had a lot of bosses too. Okay, that's adorable. Not gonna lie. I almost feel bad about horrifically murdering you. You know what? It just occurred to me, actually. Not that this would definitively make them sentient, but in Gen 4 is when they put forth the idea that Pokemon, or rather humans used to be Pokemon, and that we developed out of that. So I suppose by Gen 4 is when the idea would have taken hold in the main games. Surely by then the idea was already being thrown around because the combination of the show and Mystery Dungeon, and at that point the Rangers games were already out too, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, and then there's Mewtwo. I mean, Mewtwo is clearly sentient. There's no arguing that. Dude just talks to people. Straight up. Having said that, I will also acquiesce that Mewtwo is kind of an exception, you know, like a rare case. Then again, Mew has no problem talking in the movie. To Mewtwo, in fact. Oh yeah, and in the more recent movie, Detective Pikachu, we know that Dittos are sentient. It's an interesting idea, because we could make it not binary. We don't have to make it an all or nothing kind of a thing. Absolutely, Euro. It's got some pretty big flaws, but most movies do. I recommend it. Go watch it. I have not played Detective Pikachu the game, I should probably mention. Nor have I played the sequel. You know how bad the sequel is, Random? My niece has no interest in it just from the trailers. I guess that's not really indicative, but I thought that was funny. Me too, Emerald Magnus. No spoilers, but I agree with you completely. Okay, so that was Boulder Bowl. You see what I mean? So many of these stages seemingly only have one star. They don't. They have more than that. But a lot of this game was pushed into the optional category. Which is kind of a strange choice, but I'm with it. Ah, this stage. If you remember, we had a hell of a time with this last time. Well, the last time we were playing on actual hardware. So we'll see. This can be mean. We'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. We might have to do some rebinding to be physically capable of doing this, because it just occurred to me, I don't think we ever bound that. So we'll see what happens. Let's just try it and see what happens. Let's glide. I don't know how to do this. Let me actually think about this for a second. Like, I'm not sure how physically to do this, because it wants me to do the motion controls. And, well... yeah. Guess that's not gonna work. Okay. Okay, you know what? You know what we could do? You know what we could do? I've got an idea. It'll be a little finicky, but I think it might work. Wish me luck. We are not doing the hard mode of this stupid thing. Like with wonky controls that barely work. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, okay. I mean, the funny part is, this isn't really any better on the original hardware, you know? This is still, like, one of the most frustrating... Not this one. The harder version of this is one of the most frustrating stages in the entire game. It was one of the final stars we got when we were doing this 100%. I don't even remember if we finished this on camera last time. I'm pretty sure we tried. Oh, come back, Bamber! I didn't mean what I said. It's the best game ever. And once again, this would be the kind of thing that would work great if either the motion controls weren't garbage, or, you know, there weren't motion controls. It's a neat concept. Like, the level is a neat concept, but, like, this is awful. I should probably mention, I am playing this with analog controller right now. That's how I'm doing this. And it works fine, actually. That was probably easier than I've ever done that. So why can't we just do that? Nintendo, I love you. Please stop. Please stop. Nintendo! Quit it! No. Put the waggle down, Nintendo.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I said I'd talk about the bank toad. Hey, the chimp is back. Cool. So, the bank, you can dump your bits in the bank, and if you do, you can actually withdraw from the bank when doing stuff. So you're probably thinking, what's the point of the bank? Two things. First, bank is per game, not per, like, login, if that makes any sense, or per save file. There we go, that's better. It's per game, not per save file. So if I start a brand new save, I can actually access the bank of my previously existing save. Cool. God, look at the controller. Look at the cursor over there. Okay. Well, we broke the hell out of that. Anyways, lost my train of thought. There's another benefit of the bank. I can't remember it. I was just looking this up just to refresh myself. It obviously changes appearance, but... it collects interest. It's a really small amount of interest, though. But the important part, this is the important part, is you need it to have 9,999, oh my god, Cashel, bits in the bank in order to access the very, 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 very last star in the game, which is the prankster comet of the Grandmaster Galaxy. We're not doing that, by the way. Yeah, it is required for the end game. This game is bonkers with its collectathonic. Okay, so, yeah, we have to do this. So let's, there we go. That should fix it. Right? That didn't fix it. That didn't fix it. Oh god, it didn't fix it! Oh god, it didn't fix it at all. Okay, okay, hang on, hang on. Everything's broken forever. Everything is broken. There we go. Hey, okay, we're back, we're back. Okay, I have 2 profiles, depending on what kind of input we need. Like I said, I wish this was just on the frigging Switch, you know? They did a great job of interpreting everything over to the Switch for Galaxy 1. I know it took interpretation, I know work was put, and thought and effort was put into it, and I appreciate that. Please do that again. Please don't leave this game just stranded on the Wii. Have you noticed they just keep trying to, like, pretend this game doesn't even exist? Like, there was that 35th anniversary thing, which just didn't even acknowledge that Galaxy 2 exists. Did you remember that? You remember that? Truthfully, I don't know why Galaxy 2 of all games has just been given the silent treatment from Nintendo for years at this point. This game is 13 years old. I don't know why this is a thing. God, you're right. How do I prove that I exist? Maybe I don't exist. It is random. I talked about that at the beginning, but yeah, this is the galaxy that came about as a result of him talking on the matter. Nice way to put that. It's almost sweet, right? Miyamoto's like, man, I wish Mario games had less story in them, and everyone's like, oh man, we should help him out with that. Need 5 more coins. I can probably make that happen. Need 4 more coins. I can probably make that happen. I need 0 more coins. Up there. Have spite. What are they being spiteful towards, though? Like, what is there to be spiteful towards? Honestly, I'm actually really curious what their launch titles are going to be for the Switch, too. Because they have a lot of options at the moment. There's a lot of ports and a lot of remasters and a lot of new titles. All of which would make a really strong launch lineup. Sufficiently so that they could probably hold back on doing everything and pick and choose what they want to do. Prime 4 is one of the more commonly accepted ones, especially since a Prime 2 and possibly a Prime 3 remaster might actually be on the docks as well. So that would be good synergy there. Probably put Dread on the Switch too as well, assuming it doesn't have backwards compatibility. And yeah, and then we've got a new 3D Mario game, which we're nowhere with that at the moment, so who knows where that's going. Tears of the Kingdom just came out, so a Switch 2 version of that would be likely. Wonder just came out last week. Whatever it is at this point. I did hear about that, which I found hilarious. I mean, I hate to sound, like, cynical, but the idea of someone actually being honest with the press about a release is nonsensical. That doesn't work that way, you know? For the dumbest possible reason, too. Like, this is going to sound like a strange statement, but I understand lying to the press about certain things. Cough, cough, military. But then there's other things. Like game releases. Oh yeah, so this is the gimmick of this world, by the way. Water goes to ice. And almost into a black hole. As it should be. Namaste. See, I was actually thinking it specifically about shareholder side of things. Since... what was that? Since, the nature of how shareholder... I'm saying this wrong. If I announce something as a new product, basically against the wishes of the shareholders or in a way that changes our stock price, then that could actually come back to me and cause me issues. You know, shareholders can be like, hey, hang on, we were supposed to know about that first. Or, you should have announced that during this particular meeting, or there should have been a projection announcement, or there's something, right? So they tend to be very lie-y, for lack of a better way to put it, about that. Now, I was actually about to say, it can also be just about controlling the hype and the marketing around a particular thing. You don't want to announce something until you're ready to announce it. How many times have you seen, just in the last, let's say 3 years, that there's something that we know is coming out with total certainty, and they deny it? They're like, nope. By the way, we have an announcement next week. And then at the announcement, it's like, hey, surprise! It's that thing that everybody knew was coming out. Jesus. Hell, actually, that goes back even farther. Warcraft 3 Reforged, which was a while ago at this point, had that exact same thing happen to it. It's also probably, like, in the interest of honesty and fairness, it's probably a little frustrating trying to do proper announcements in the modern era, because leaks are so much easier to happen now than they ever were. It's one of the reasons why I've said several times that if I was actually in charge of any kind of marketing department, I would deliberately do leaks, and I would deliberately do false leaks on a regular basis, just to saturate it. So, like, you hear, hey, you know, let's say I'm working in, hey, the Switch 2 is coming out next week, and it's going to have this, this, this. And the answer, the reaction I would want people to have is, yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. Just a constant smokescreen going on. And then, of course, the actual announcement at, you know, the Nintendo Direct or whatever. Hey, yeah, so, the Switch 2's coming out in a month. You can pre-order it right now. Also true, Dakota. Like, it's not exactly a perfect strategy, but I certainly think it's better than what most companies do right now. Some companies try to stay really under the radar. And they usually don't succeed. Because like I said, it's just, we're in a different era, you know? This is not the era of some dude who happened to get a sneak peek at something, and so all you have is his word and a magazine article, right? We're past that point in history now. So, like I said, there's that gimmick. We just killed everything under the water there. I'm kidding, they're fine. See, there's a penguin under there, and he's fine. Right, sir? Sir? We'll just pretend he's fine. We're gonna assume he's fine. There's no issues here. Calm down. Don't think about it too much. It's fine, it's fine. Is it really blanchable? Huh. I believe you. I was actually about to say I'm surprised more companies don't use that approach. That's true. We didn't put the freeze everything button there. We just pushed it. Someone else put the gun in our hands, okay? Loaded it and aimed it. All we did was hit fire. Innocent. Man, I wish, Dakota. Dragon power-up for Mario? I mean, we've done, like, everything else under the sun. We've turned into a cloud, a rock, a bee, a frickin' tanuki. Can we be a dragon, please?
Yes.
Hey, Colgrim. Wouldn't that should be turning into Bowser? I don't see any problems with that. It's just a Bowser power-up. You just turn into Bowser. I haven't been in the mindset of checking. There's probably been several, Mr. Red. I'm sorry. Have you seen those legs, Colgrim? This man is stacked. Don't listen to Krenzler. He didn't make any. Anyways. Yeah, make a Godzilla fight. Bowser versus Bowser. Bowser's like, hey! And then, like, he's upset at first, but then he's actually happy about it. He's like, you know, if anybody's gonna give me a fair fight, it's gonna be me. Let's do it, Mario. Sir, Javin,
I hate to correct you on this, but I believe Bowser is technically a Koopa. Thank you very much. That's why they call him the Koopa King.
For real, though, a dragon power-up would be cool. Make this a thing, Nintendo. I mean, we're turning into an elephant soon. We turn into a ninja in one of the upcoming games. Listen, we don't talk about those continuities. Yeah, I need Blade Tavall assassinated immediately. Yes, immediately. I don't care if they have 3 for 5. Just kill him. Thank you. God. I mean, a new 3D Mario is kind of a smart bet. But you also have to understand that Nintendo, I forget what they're called now, but it's what used to be the EAD team, aka Core Nintendo. They've been pretty busy lately. So, if they have been working on a Mario Odyssey 2, a new 3D Mario, there's a not insubstantial chance that it's actually going to be further out, that it's not going to be a launch title. Oh my god, Colgrim. Okay, fine. I would. Blade Tavall, I'll agree with you on that. Some more inventive, fun, cool stuff here. Level design. Woo. Ignore the giant black hole right there. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Jump! Jump! Jesus. I mean, the main team has been very busy this year. In fact, I could look it up to verify, but to my knowledge, the main team has worked on 3 separate titles that have come out this year, which is Pikmin 4, Tears of the Kingdom, and Mario Wonder. Let me double check that really quick. So they restructured from the EAD to the EPD in 2015. Now, that was a merger of 2 separate teams. That happened in the wake of Iwata's death, because Iwata was personally in charge of the EAD team. So the EPD team has worked on a bunch of stuff. I'm just going to scroll down a little bit here. To this year. Yep, nope, I was right. Pikmin 4, Mario Wonder, Tears of the Kingdom. All of those are NPD. I was right. That's also the team that worked on Metroid Dread, by the way, a couple years ago. But as for how big the team is, I actually don't know. Like I said, it was 2 divisions kind of merged into one. Looks like, it didn't say. They have 10 production groups inside the team. Wow, so that's actually a lot more than it used to be. So, Production Group 2 has been handling the Kirby series. 3 is the Zeldas. 4 is the go deal with the gimmick stuff group. They made Ring Fit Adventure, for example. Group 5 is Animal Crossing and Splatoon. Group 6 is the group that works with second-party developers, like Metroids and the Paper Marios and Luigi Mansions. Group 8 works with the... So Group 9 does Mario Kart. Group 10 does the 2D Marios and Pikmin. Group 8 exclusively works on 3D Marios. So that means this year, Group 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, and 10 have pushed something out. But we haven't heard a peep from Group 8 since the release of Odyssey. So I take it back. You might be right. They might actually be well under development of Odyssey 2 or whatever the next 3D game is going to be. I like their structure too. That's a smart way to do that. I'm still sad that Iwata's dead because duh. But you know.
Yippee!
Back here. Go clip me reading out the production groups a couple minutes ago.
Yeah.
I mean, I said this earlier. In my opinion, yes, Daniel Dort, in my opinion, one of the best possible ways to announce a new title is not when interest is flagging, but when interest is high. And this year has been a very good year for the Switch, and for Nintendo as a whole. The Switch has been selling very well, and there's been a lot of great titles this year, and this is the perfect time to ride that high into the Switch too. I stand by that opinion firmly. This has also been a good year for gaming in general, absolutely. There's been a lot of stuff this year. A lot. There we go. Exactly, Robin. Hey, Federation Builder. I'm stupid because the solution's got to be staring me in the face, but I can't figure it out. Like, by all accounts, what it looks like it should do is I should use the opposite end in order to warp out into there, knock that thing open. Well, it requires a key, that's why. So I need a key. Okay, never mind, I figured it out, Yeah, there it is. Stupid mode engaged. Now I'm good. If I could choose any developer to make the next Pokemon game, who would I choose and why? Paradox, because I want a strategy Pokemon game, and I want it to be good. Pokemon is kind of... so Pokemon is a second-party developer. They're not actually under Nintendo, but they might as well be.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Hey, Galaxy complete. Although, you notice we only got a silver crown there. There's a reason for that. But my second pick... So let's say we have to make a mainline Pokemon game, like a standard Pokemon game.
Whee! Ah! Whee! Ah!
Yeah, no, you notice how long I'm stalling on this, Colgrim. I mean, there's no Golden Boys anymore, if there ever were. Assuming there ever were, excuse me. So who the hell do we trust with a mainline Pokemon game?
Yes!
Atlas? Like, I get where you're going with that, but that sounds horrifying. We already have enough cosmic horror, eldritch death doom in Pokemon. Can we keep that to a minimum, please? I mean, not really, Act. It's just, which developer do you trust with it was the only question being asked. Whoa! Insomniac? I can't even imagine what that would be like. Found a coin for you. Thanks. Maybe don't hang out in, like, the lava. Blizzard. So, the reason I'm stalling on that is because, weirdly enough, we have very little information on Blizzard as a developer now. Like, what have they actually produced in the last several years? Overwatch 2, which is a joke and terrible. Diablo 4, which is a colossal mess behind the scenes. And, wow. That is it. That's the list. Yeah, see, the thing about that, though, is WoW has been riding high, and D3 is still getting support. So... I don't know, Javin. I mean, because this is the big question. We saw the BlizzCon. We saw where they're going with it. This is pretty much the official are they getting better or worse moment, which we won't have an answer for about a year at this point. So what that toad just said was, here, I'm sorry I don't have a one-up for you. Take this, and gives us the little bits, and then says, I'll keep looking. That was cute. So anyway, speaking of really cool and inventive mechanics, which is just this game in a nutshell, look at this nonsense. This ain't your grandma's Mario Galaxy. That applies somehow. Don't worry, it gets worse. That was the tutorial. NES games? A NES-only series. I'd like to see a game... Hang on. I apparently can't read that quickly enough while doing this. 3 callbacks. A NES-only game... NES-only series I'd like to see a new game from. Can we think of a NES-only series at this point? No, Colbert, that's silly. That's Matt Pat. fortune with the paperwork. Sure thing, Matt Pat. Look up Fire Emblem Conquest sometime, Rebel Magnus. I like his throne. It's actually just a castle. You showed up. Look at you running around like a little flea on a puny planetoid. Know what isn't puny? My massive new power. The power to flatten you like a space pancake. So why is Bowser huge again? Oh, that's right. Not answered. Get your story out of my Mario. Sorry. Alright, so. I can't... Can we even think of a franchise that is NES only? I'm not coming up with anything. I love the way they indicate where he's going to punch, by the way. Ice climbers? You can see ice climbers. There you go. Boom. Ice climbers. There's a lot you can do with a modern ice climbers game. Let's make it happen. Puzzle platformer. And then, like, have the harrowing stages. Actually, yeah, Bubble Bobble. Whoops. Speaking of games we're not going to complete when we review them. Bubble Bobble. Bubble Bobble. Look, I'm sorry. Do you know what's required to 100% Bubble freaking Bobble? Because I do. That's bad luck. That's okay. I'll make it work. It is possible? The game always wanted 100%, but couldn't or didn't have time. Yes, New Super Mario Bros. 1 and New Super Mario Bros. 2. Now I remember why you're my arch nemesis. You're so annoyingly hard to squish. Good thing I win anyway. Well, we've been playing. My master plan has moved to the next phase. Tough luck, Mario. Yeah, so what's your master plan? Do you have a plan? Are you a Cylon? Exactly, Roman Cure. That's exactly the reference I was going for. Because you know Bowser doesn't actually have a plan, right? Like, we all know this. You can all acknowledge this. What's your plan? I'm gonna say that I have a plan. This is your plan? Notice that nothing he said has any worth or meaning to it. It's just pure empty text. I already jotted down the empty text negative. I have. While we're doing this, let's update the HUD a little bit. Where are we at? Where are we at?
See?
Like, what is the point of this dialogue? Hey, look, a new world. Hey, don't look at me. The captain makes the choices, am I right? What information is conveyed there? I honestly like most of the music in this game. I do know that Yahtzee quit, but that's actually all I know, Act. Honestly, I predicted that happening years ago. I'm a little surprised it took this long. The Escapist was on its way down a long time ago. Maybe his contract finally ran out? I don't know. I actually like Yahtzee Croshaw, especially because, despite his particular style, the man actually bothers to actually review stuff and have a real opinion, regardless of the gimmick he does. Also, he's one of the extremely few reviewers I know who will flat out admit that he doesn't play the whole game. Which is kind of a rarity. Oh, absolutely, Roman Cure. I talked about that earlier. This is the no story for you era of Nintendo. I should actually look up what Nintendo games came out at about this point in time. To really see, like, because I know at least 3 off the top of my head, but I'm curious how many games were really affected by the no story for you era. This is 2010, is when this game came out. I've said it before and I'll say it again. No game needs a story. But any game can be improved by the addition of a good story. I doubt they were listening to Miyamoto, so I would go with no, Act. Then again, maybe they were, I don't know. Which is funny, because Black and White was very pro-story, so, yeah. How many do you want? 30, huh? I don't have anywhere near that much. Skyward Sword. Now, that's an interesting case. We'll talk about that more during the Zelda block, but the big thing to take away from Skyward Sword is that the senior story editor for Skyward Sword was trying to reboot the entire franchise. Now, whether they were right to do so, whether they had good reason for it, whether they did a good job, it's certainly something interesting to think about given the era we're in here. And then Sticker Star, which can go directly to hell. I wonder how much of that is because of developers like that guy, who I just mentioned. I don't remember his name, don't ask me. I'd have to look it up. I'm not good with names. Yeah, that looks like a death plane. What's that, random? Oh, Star Fox. You know what? Actually, yeah. When did Star Fox Zero come out? Because I know it came out in this era. And it was another goddamned reboot. For some frickin' reason. Or not reboot, but, you know, retelling. It's the same frickin' story. It's the same frickin' story again. I know it's not actually that many, but we got Star Fox, we've got Star Fox 64, we've got Star Fox Zero, we've got Star Fox 64 DS, or 3DS. All of those games are the same freaking story, just retold. It's really frustrating. Star Fox 2 doesn't really exist and was effectively baked into Star Fox 64. Oh, was also a retelling while we're on the subject. I forgot about that one. There we go. I might not be able to manage this. Ah, yeah. I still got it. Star Fox Adventure wasn't a Star Fox game until it was. So that means there are 2 Star Fox games. No, it didn't, actually, Melkor Blade. Holy crap! Did Federation Force come out in this era? Because that would explain so much. Anyways, Star Fox Assault and Star Fox Adventures are the 2 big... No, sorry. Star Fox Assault and Star Fox Command, excuse me, are the 2 Star Fox games that are not just Star Fox again. I don't really count Adventures, because it's not a Star Fox game. No offense to Adventures, I actually like Adventures more than I probably should. Yeah, I was one of the people who, I don't want to say I was a defender of Federation Force, but it was more like I didn't think it was as bad as other people thought it was. It was still bad. In fact, it's technically vetoed, because it's not really possible for me to review it. Just because of the nature of the game and how it's constructed. I mean, they made a huge mistake with Federation Force. In fact, they made 2 of them. First of all, like it or not, Metroid games have leaned heavily on the story axis for quite a while now. That's nothing new. So having a story devoid... God, you're right, Triforce Heroes was in that era too. Having a story devoid Metroid just didn't work. Second of all, it was trying a little bit too hard to delve into the... I'm trying to think how to explain this. The multiplayer-only crowd. Not that there's anything wrong with multiplayer, or co-op, or anything like that. But, like, it was trying really hard to be a multiplayer game. Just like Triforce Heroes. And, both kind of bombed. Before you ask, no, we are not playing Triforce Heroes as a part of the Zelda block, and we are not playing Federation Force as part of the Metroid block. Just to be very clear about that. Well, so like I said, we kind of can't play Federation Force. It's a little bit... So there is a solo mode, but it's not well designed. You need other players to play it, and that's a big fat no. Okay. And yeah, Triforce Heroes, same problem. Same general problem. It'd like trying to do a review of... You know, I don't even have an example off the top of my head, actually. It'd be like trying to do a review of Federation Force. I will give Nintendo credit. Plenty of companies try things and fail at them. Very few companies actually learn from those mistakes, and Nintendo has a track record of learning from their mistakes. Like, they walked away from the no story and the multiplayer-focused thing pretty hard. oh, this isn't working. Okay. Apart from copyright. No, but that's just Japan, honestly. Not that Nintendo gets a pass for it, but really, that is just Japan. Metroid Hunters is also a game we will not be playing. Oh, that was close. Unfortunately, their leaning onto FOMO has not exactly endeared them to many people, myself included. And I think what irritates me the most, I don't have an analogy for this, but did you ever have someone be like, I demand that you help me with this, and also I'm going to blackmail you into doing it? I've had that happen to me. And it's always kind of frustrating because I was going to do it anyways, just because you asked. You don't have to, like, pull the dick move in order to convince me to do it, right? Point in fact, do you think people would have bought a Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, and Mario Galaxy port on the Switch, regardless of the FOMO thing? Of course they freaking would have! It was so unnecessary. And what irritates me most about that is I bet you money someone somewhere is like, our FOMO strategy's working because they bought the game. And it's like, no, you blazing idiot. You use the brain meats for a second. Oh, God, I know the one you're talking about, Pillars of Snow. Good evening, Jay Palmer. Whoop, 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 whoop. I want that. Exactly, Trayfin. FOMO's a real thing, but I don't think it's necessary in a lot of cases where companies use it. I really don't. I also don't have any evidence of this, but I believe that there are companies that are doing worse as a result of leaning into FOMO. That they are losing customer trust and customer interest as a consequence of that. Again, I have no evidence of that. It's just something that wouldn't surprise me. Fear of missing out, Jay Palmer. It's a very common human psychological thing that we have even when we were a baby. It's a very, very, very baked-in element of our biology.
Yes!
So yeah, limited time stuff. Limited time offer. No, exactly, Roman Cure. Exactly. Oh, time for hell. It's okay, I think we got this. Yeah, pretty much every single MMO out there leans on FOMO in a way that I don't really think they need to. Oh, absolutely, Savacom, no question. There's actually a worse layer to that, too. Not that I want to keep blaming shareholders, but imagine you're in an office and you're like, all right, so we're gonna try something. We're gonna try this FOMO thing, and then that particular game, what? That was weird. That particular game sells well, and so then your shareholders tell the board, we really want you to keep doing this FOMO thing because it sold very well in that case, and you're like, well, but that's not why it sold well. Like, no, keep doing it. It worked. Don't rock the boat. Well, but can you? Okay. Can we do something else? No. Do that. Okay. I've actually encountered that, by the way, in my real life, where a given board, which again is the people who work for the investors, was told to do something by the investors when the investors had no idea what it was, and it was actually going to be, not what they thought it was, because it worked that one time for unrelated reasons. That's cool. Listen, all I want is the boat to be more rocked, okay? Is that so much to ask? That's not true. Rocking the boat isn't necessarily a good thing. Can be. You know, Jay Palmer, at this point, that would not even surprise me. Okay. That worried me for a second. But yeah, FF14 has a FOMO thing going on right now. I'm still salty about something so banal. Nobody cares. It's not a big deal. But earlier this year, there was a FOMO thing FF14 did, and I was actually really, really excited about getting it. And then it went away, because that's how FOMO works. And I didn't get it. Also, anybody else feel bad for Yoshi? First, we make him burn his mouth in order to satisfy our ability to go faster. And then we make him inflate like a frickin' balloon. Poor Yoshi. Oh god, it was like the False Monarch gear or something like that. It was from the PvP series. And it was, I wanted it for my healer, very specifically. And it's gone forever. And the outfit I wanted for my healer, which was going to be one of my main specs, is gone forever. Because I didn't get it in time. Yeah, Yoshi, is it okay if we put you through this? Okay, cool, Yoshi. Listen, I'm also gonna need a couple of eggs for breakfast. Okay, you're cool with that too? You're such a bro, Yoshi. Thank you for all the help you give us. No, it's cool. No need to thank me. I appreciate you, Yoshi. Now listen, I'm gonna need you to jump into this pit. Yeah, I heard about that, Kira White Noise. When we were talking about which MMOs we could add to the list, I made an offhanded comment that the only way I could play Destiny 2 for that is due to the vanilla story, right? And I was told in no uncertain terms, yeah, you can't do that anymore. I was like, oh. Okay. Cool. Time tracks. It was a grind, and I don't have time to go grind for hours and hours every day to get something before it goes away permanently. I am not Japanese.
Hey!
Hi, Luigi. So yeah, Destiny 2 is turbo off the list. So it shall remain. Obsidian Pokemon. So poorly managed and buggy as hell, but really, really cool story and mediocre gameplay.
Yes!
Hey!
Hey, bro, you're looking for a star. You want me to take over for a while? You can now play as Luigi. No, thank you.
Oh yeah!
Who knew Bungie would actually get worse after they left Microsoft? Who realized that Microsoft were the good guys in that scenario? What the hell is wrong with this world? That's true, Stick of Truth wasn't too bad. What's the best gameplay Obsidian's ever put out? Probably Outer Worlds, to be completely honest. I've reviewed that game, so I can make that opinion. Alright, so who's ready to watch me fail over and oh, we're not doing the red coins, never mind. The red coins of this stage sucks. And my feet are currently being burned off at the souls. There's nothing left. There's nothing left. I'm just... There's fire instead of souls there. And we're dead. Just to make the pain stop. Just to make the pain stop. And now this is Sisyphusian. We're now pushing this boulder up here until we are done with this slide. There's just eternal pain. And see, what would have been kind of neat is like, and I wouldn't have done this. Well, maybe I would have done this, but like have a thing where like there's Professor Egad, right? He's like, hey youngster, I got a new invention for you. It's a super shoe. It'll never take damage no matter how much you slide on it. I guess that doesn't really have a lot of practical applications, does it? And then Mario's like, I got this! And then just chases down the slide, right? Like, yeah, thank God. Oh, the pain is gone. Thank you, Professor Egad. Thank you so much. Ow. I didn't need that face anyways. Yeah. This feels like a Galaxy 1 level 2 while we're on the subject. Ah! Okay, that's funny. So I want you to put this in the highlight reel. So I just reached over to hit the highlight button to say that there's something highlight-worthy there. And because I took my hand off the controller, I died. Oh, and also, unlike most of this game, no checkpoints. Since we're spending a lot of lives here, I might as well grab that. Frickin' slide. And it's this frickin' song, too. They knew what they were doing. They knew the nightmare they unleashed. Once again, the level is very innovative, very fun. It's a 3D slide. I don't know what else to call it. It's a slide where you have to consider all aspects of the level with regards to positioning and avoidance, and they really start to escalate it by the third half of the level. Yes, I said the third half. I meant what I said. Yeah, no, it's an F-Zero stage. Now there's a franchise that's been dead for a while. They reach into the future. CD Projekt Red? I don't trust CD Projekt Red at all. I never have. I was one of the people saying Cyberpunk's not going to be that good when it comes out. And people are like, nah, it's going to be great. And then I was right. God damn it.
Yeah.
Nobody listened to me for that one. Everyone's like, nah, you're dumb. You're dumb, Lore. You know what you're talking about. I'm like, no, I've been paying attention to the behind the scenes and the announcements and when they announce what and their production cycles. They're having a very troubled production. Nah, it's going to be the perfect game. 10 out of 10. But... anyways, nobody likes F-Zero. Even my niece didn't like playing F-Zero. Oh, our first comet. Let's do it. I know what comets are. Perfection goal. Cannot catch. It was pancakes, and it's just it's what it is. Hang on, let's do it. Gamble! And fail. That's a tough one, Jay Palmer. F-Zero 99, Melkor Blade, the recent one. I think I'd go with the Fractured Yet Whole, Jay Palmer. I think that would be my vibe there. So as you can see, the comets completely change around the levels in this one. Unlike the previous one where they were mostly just kind of slight variants or additional challenge options. They are effectively new levels. They're also much harder this time around. Like, they do not hold back on beating you in the face. You actually already heard me talk about earlier how many of these stages are so much worse in their Comet version. Well, that's why. By the way, these shadow guys are actually really cool as a mechanic, because what they functionally are is a advancing wall of doom. But it's kind of a granular advancing wall of doom, rather than just being a lava wall that's behind you. There's a little bit of bypassing, dodging, avoidance that's available to you, other than just, nope, you're dead. You can still recover if you run into your advancing wall of doom. Actually, yeah, like Celeste, although I'm pretty sure Celeste openly took this idea from Mario Galaxy 2. I could be wrong about that. But I feel like I read about that somewhere. Vagueness, vagueness.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. You have control over the route they have, so you're controlling the lava wave, effectively. It's a cool mutator. It's my favorite of the new comet types. Speaking of... Oh, absolutely. I will say this before and I'll say this again. There's no shame in taking inspiration and ideas from other games. In fact, you'd probably be stupid not to. Remedy. What has Remedy made? Act. You know what? I take it back. We actually have proof that Obsidian can make good gameplay post-Microsoft. Grounded. Yep, I forgot. I keep forgetting Grounded was by Obsidian. We've reviewed that, and I've played through that game twice. So, speaking of Shadow Marios. We're gonna do a different route. That route is not working out for us. And And again, Outer Worlds is honestly pretty decent on the gameplay axis. Notice they're still spawning, by the way, so this is a fun one. There's just this gigantic cavalcade of Shadow Marios following us here. Which means if you miss one, like I have already done twice, it's actually kind of dangerous to go back in to try and get it again. Oh, man. A true Pokemon platformer actually sounds kind of legit to me. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds kind of awesome. Get a lot of potential there. Like, just think about how many different Pokemon there are and how many different movesets they would have. I don't mean for attacking. You could remove enemies from the equation. Just platforming, just navigation. That's true, Shadow Machine. I have played Ni no Kuni and Ni no Tuni, although I've only streamed Ni no Tuni. I mean, Mario probably could, if we're being just completely honest with ourselves, Jay Palmer. The first game is... really, really bad on the gameplay axis. Like, really, really bad on the gameplay axis. To the point where I've never felt the urge to go back and replay it, and I honestly don't expect to ever play it again. That game was not fun and took absolutely forever to finish getting its mechanics out the door. Like, we've talked before about games that over-tutorialize, but I think that's one of the worst ones, if not the worst ones, with regards to literally introducing mechanics 20 hours into the game. Not an exaggeration. That's also not exclusive to me. Like, it's not like I was going slow. But, by contrast, the story was better. Better constructed, better designed, more story at all. The second game had the problem of not really having a story. The second game had a really cool premise, and they did absolutely nothing with it. Like, I kept kind of joking about it, because I was like, oh, we're secretly manipulating everything behind the scenes. But I had to do that because there was nothing there. There was so little meat on the bones of the story of the second game to really even extrapolate from. Like, events happened. Yeah, in the second game, you are the President of the United States of America. That means absolutely nothing. Past, like, the very, very, very first act. And we're dead. What I remember about Crosscode? Everything. All the nightmare. All the torture. I will never forgive Crosscode for what it did to me. For what it did to my family! Why do you ask? Which one, Bleachable? The one with the terrible story or the one with the terrible gameplay? Because the answer to both is Ni no Kuni. It's just 2 or 1, respectively. Obviously, we have to cure world hunger. Cancer, we got that. But world hunger, I don't know. Look, I'm just saying, Metal Wolf Chaos is awesome, and more people should be aware of that game. And play it. What other... I saw that, Roman Cure. Some people were suggesting it for an audit run, which is probably not going to happen if we're being honest with ourselves. But I would be curious to see what they added on top of it, because I sort of assumed they'd go the sequel route. Like, that game ended in a way that felt very much to be continued-y. Nope. We might skip this one. Some of these are really mean. And this is actually one of the ones I remember being one of the meaner ones. Did Krenzler kill the bot? One way to find out. Hit the stream brakes. No. Apparently the bot was killed, like, hours ago. Holy crap. Who killed the bot? It was actually Colgrim. There we go. One more try. One more try. Get off the screen. The fact that you're timed on this is just an extra little bit of screw you. It's not even necessary. This is a hard level. Yeah, the bot's just been there, dead, waiting for someone to notice. Valve would do nothing with Pokemon. Well, no, let me walk that back. Let's say Valve was forced to do a game with Pokemon. Like, you put a gun to their head and say, make a frickin' game, you jackasses. And they're like, but we don't want to. And then you shoot that guy. And then you look at the people who are surviving and say, all right, now you're going to make a goddamn game. Make a freaking video game. I'm like, okay, we're sorry. And then they go, they make a video game. But what Valve would do is what they always do. They would try to push the technology of gaming rather than making a video game. And you know what I mean by that, because they've done it for literally like 2 decades at this point. That's not what I wanted to happen, but I'll accept it. I know that. Thank you, game. I will take a flex on that. That is actually one of the harder stars by memory in this game. Man. Oh, yeah, no, there are exactly 100 coins. You cannot miss a single one. You have 3 minutes. And, yeah, just... Yikes. But if we somehow were able to put a gun to Valve's head, and then shoot them. And then tell the surviving Valve people that they need to make a game. What they would do is they would try to branch out in terms of, like, hardware or something, right? Like, they would try to be innovative. They would try to push gaming as a medium in their Pokemon game. And I don't know what it would be, but it would be something stupid, I almost guarantee it. No, Jay Palmer. I've played much harder levels than that. In this game, even. So, that's what I think Valve would do there. And I can't even predict what nonsense they would come up with. It would be something bizarre and stupid and weird, which might work. No, we already have AR Pokemon. Like, that's currently a thing. It's called Pokemon Go. I'm the greatest game player in the galaxy. They call me the chimp. Nice stash. I got the high score of 10,000. Pretty simple. Stomp enemies, grab coins. Do it. So why do I think Valve has a monopoly on PC gaming market? Because they were the first and because they actually bothered to develop it. Every other person... God damn it. Every other group, who are not people, of course, who has tried to muscle in on gaming platforming has not really tried to develop that. And there's a bit of momentum going on there, too. Steam makes a ludicrous amount of money on a regular basis, and as a direct consequence of that, they have lots of money to throw into constantly making Steam a better platform. You'll also notice Steam has kind of won the gold medal by sheer virtue of not sucking more. Which I know sounds like low-hanging fruit, and yet the overwhelming majority of platforms out there, including online stores, have a tendency to get worse, not better over time. Including the very platform I'm using right now. Steam wasn't the first, but they might as well have been the first. So yeah, they don't really have a lot of competition, but they also haven't exactly been sitting on their laurels either. Like, Steam is actually a good online store, like it or not. So, is that a bad thing? At the moment, no. Eventually, it will probably become a bad thing. Yes, Jay Palmer. The moment Valve is convinced by some idiot to try and make money at the expense of customers and at the expense of their market share, that's the exact moment that's going to stop being a good thing. Nope. Nope. It's the exact same problem with the dictatorship. The dictatorship only works as long as the people in charge are actually worth a damn. GOG is something I actually prefer to use over Steam whenever I give the choice on the matter. But I will also admit I tend to lean on I tend to lean on GOG mostly for older stuff, as opposed to newer stuff. I will say GOG's front end is much worse than Steam's, and much more irritating to use, but I still prefer to use GOG whenever I have the availability to do so. Why do I prefer GOG? They have what I would call better DRM, aka you could actually be offline and still play your games. And GOG tends to legally lean more towards you actually owning the games you have purchased, as opposed to Steam, which, legally speaking, is in something of a limbo. But yes, GOG is much less user-friendly, but that's okay, because again, I primarily use it for older games, where just getting them running is kind of the important part. And for the most part, the GOG team has been pretty good about making older games playable, which is kind of a big deal for me, especially given what I do for a living. Like, half the time when I accept older PC games for stream, it's because I was able to get a hold of a copy that works on GOG. Exactly, it's right in the name. Good old games. So, happy N7 day, Sean. Yeah, you remember when I was playing Warcraft 1 the other day, when I was showing off the difference between Warcraft 1 and StarCraft 2? That's the GOG version of Warcraft 1 I was showing off. The fact that they bake DOSBox, a customized DOSBox per game, into a lot of their older releases is a godsend for me.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to multiplayer stuff, I pretty much lean on Steam and exclusively because Steam's multiplayer is just going to be a lot more functional for me. There's not a lot I can say about that. I don't know, Jay Palmer. Where are we? Oh, we're over here. That's right, that's right. Oh, geez. This is the one I was just referencing this. So I don't swear to get this star. But this is another one of the hardest stars in this game. There's 5 I was thinking of. Yes, 5. They're all comets. And this one is getting purple coins on the slide. Now, there are more than 100 coins on the slide. But it's that goddamn slide again. And we have to get purple coins on it. So... Rockstar, Rockstar is way too Rockstar for me to consider them. I don't have a better way to say that. The primary writing team has been broken up, so that's already a problem. And, oh Jesus, this is squirrely. Oh man, okay. So the writing would probably not be great. And the gameplay, well, so far Rockstar has put out a grand total of 1 game, ever, that I would consider to have good gameplay. That's GTA 5. Now, don't mistake me, GTA 5 is legit. But, that's it. Every other game they've ever put out has had giant asterisks, with regards to enjoyability. So it's kind of the same overall problem with CD Projekt Red. 1 game success is not really all that indicative. Can someone Google this stage for me really quick? It's, Tall Trunk's Purple Coin Slide. What I want to know is how many purple coins are actually on the map, because I know it's quite a few. Exactly, Blitchwell. Anybody can get lucky once. So, that leaves us with, Remedy. So, I didn't really, I'm not into Alan Wake. Max Payne 2 was obviously awesome. For what it was, and Max Payne 1 was certainly enjoyable while we're on the subject. 140, so you can miss 40 coins on this one. It's actually quite a few. It's more than I thought there were. I will admit Control was certainly fun and interesting and engaging from a gameplay perspective. The story is not something I really want to see on a Pokemon game, but certainly they have the chops to do a decent story. And their cinematic approach would kind of be interesting. I find myself curious where they would go with that. But, all of the... Jesus Christ! Ha! Okay, clip that. All of the special powers and stuff, and we're dead. God damn it, I was doing really well, too. All of the powers, all the telekinetic powers, telepathic powers you get in Control, could that type of control system, no pun intended, could lend itself rather naturally towards playing as Pokemon and controlling them and having different abilities and blah blah blah. But they could also go with a game where you play as a person, and I think that could work too. So I don't know. I think there's some potential there. They wouldn't be my first pick, but I wouldn't veto them. Let's put it that way. I'd want to hear their treatment first. What do you want to do with the gameplay? What do you want to do with the story? Then we'll talk. Ugh. By the way, you notice there's no health in this, so you have 3 health and that's it. If you get hit, 3 times, you're dead, which is what happened to me. Suicide! I obviously have not played Alan Wake 2. I don't know anything about it. I can't wait for Alan Wake 2 to confirm that Max Payne is canon within the universe. Because that's the logical next step. You know what really sucks? The time I died from taking damage, I was at like 95 coins. So I probably would have managed that one. I'm just gonna let that one go. Ooh, I like it. Bullet time to fight Faye. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Damn it, this is so squirrely. Oh, that sucked. But I tried a different approach. That was a mistake, clearly. That was too late. God damn it. What? They probably could, Melkor. SteamWorld is legit, but they're also kind of in their own world right now. Oh, the purple coins are a lot less of a hassle in two-player. Well, since we're almost at my lunch break, let's do one last attempt at this, and let's walk away from this, shall we? Yeah, I missed a bunch. I almost wish the counter counted how many you're missing, rather than how many you have. So you could tell, the moment you miss 40, you have failed, and you might as well just quit, right? And with that bombshell,